For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of it, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, that's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
your soul, for the living word is being told. Stand up high, for the heavenly Father is nigh. My roots are strong, my heart is open, in the spirit of devotion. Mother, carry me across the ocean. My roots are strong, my heart is open, in the spirit of devotion. Jah, carry me across the ocean. Flow into the heavenly sea, where standeth the holy tree of life, and the whole hour of creation radiates eternal love and light into eternity, where standeth the holy tree of life. Jah, whole hour of creation, give I the gift of eternal life, yeah. My roots are strong, my heart is open, in the spirit of devotion. Mother, carry me across the ocean. My roots are strong, my heart is open, in the spirit of devotion. Jah, carry me across the ocean. Mother, carry me across the ocean. Jah, carry me across the ocean. Mother, carry me across the ocean. Jah, carry me across the ocean. Standing firm on solid ground, let your roots go way deep down. Have no fear, for the earthly mother is here. Let your wisdom fill your soul, for the living word is being told. Stand up high, for the heavenly Father is nigh. So stretch forth thy arms to the Abba of creation. Stretch forth thy arms to the Abba. Stretch forth thy arms. Stretch forth thy soul to the Abba of creation. Stretch forth thy soul to the Abba. Stretch forth thy soul. Roots so deep, roots so strong, roots hold on forever, hold on. Roots so deep, roots so strong, roots hold on forever, hold on. 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 Hold on forever, hold on.
Happy full moon to those of you listening on the full moon. It's a snow moon, and funny enough, we actually got more snow last night than we have all winter, which isn't really saying much. It was actually only about 3 to 6 inches, so for the whole winter, that's pretty significant. On today's broadcast, we have some high vibe music for all you high vibe humans, as our friend Breezy would say. We are rebroadcasting the latest episode of Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. Sean Kramer is covering The Devil's Three Golden Hairs. Next Friday, which is February 17th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Sean will be live talking about Cat in the Hat, and he's actually taking calls at the end. So if you do tune in live, you'll have a chance to do that. So the Cat in the Hat is a really popular fairy tale, and I think this would be a really great episode for you to tune into, which is next Friday, the 17th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bring Me to Life Radio. So on today's broadcast, after The Devil's Three Golden Hairs, we will have 2 hours of music and then a talk by Les Brown on getting past your fears. After the talk, we'll have just a few more songs and then a guided meditation to end the broadcast. You are listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
All right, hi everybody, my name is Drew Foria. I play with the band Ohmtown Heroes. I'm also a solo singer-songwriter, and this is one of my favorite songs to play. It's called Step Into the Light, and it's about breaking through the dark spaces and times in your life through creativity to bring you to a greater sense of being. I was pushing so hard upon myself, I pushed myself away from everyone else. I didn't know why, I didn't know how I'd ever learn to live without their love. Or my own love for that matter. So I step outside of the shell of my former self and into a way of being that's more inspired, creative, and free. And I step into the light that I see in front of me. And I step into the light and I let it wash over me. And all the winding roads that brought me here, they all are making sense. They're all becoming clear. This heart had to break. Wide open so I could step outside of the shell of my former self and into a way of being that's more inspired, creative, and free. And I step into the light that I see in front of me. And I step into the light and I let it wash over me. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh, yeah, oh, 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 oh. peace of mind. It always comforts me to know that even the darkest hours of my being are just lessons teaching me to step outside of the shell of my former self and into a way of being that's more inspired, creative, and free. And I step into the light that I see in front of me, and I step into the light and I let it wash over me.
What is that song called?
It's called Step Into the Light.
The 21st century living was never that easy. Now we're start breathing. It was 8 years ago that we stormed through the White House and painted it black. These next 4 years we will see congressional hearings make for good reality TV. Maybe the sheep will mutter a word in a world where we're told to be seen but not heard. America the Great has shattered her crown, and on bended knee she falls to the ground. Progression, digression is all for attention, to witnessing the death of this nation. All you need is loving revolution, yet media tells me it's not the solution. We'll march these streets till we'll find the answers to how to reach a federal state of mind. We trust in God to stay the hell back, for we the people can pick up the slack. I pledge allegiance to no flag of a republic. I cannot brag. America the Great has shattered her crown, and on bended knee she falls to the ground. Regression, digression is all for attention, to witnessing the death of this nation. America the Great has shattered her crown, and on bended knee she falls to the ground. Progression, digression is all for attention, to witnessing the death of this nation. 21st century living was never that easy. Now it's hard breathing.
pavement and the concrete don't give. Not like the soft grass where I used to live. Go down to the corner store to buy a bottled water, cause the shit from my tap's like it came from the gutter. Throw on my hoodie cause it's gloomy and cloudy. Put on my headphones and zone out to Rumi. The man behind the counter, man, I think he's a Saudi or some kind of Sunni. He just looks right through me. Homeless man got enough change for a 40. Look at the clock and it's only 4:30. Avoiding my eye, an old lady walks on by. She thinks all Dre's are shady and dirty. I go to get a sandwich from the girl at the deli. She reads a book written by Machiavelli. Won't even chance a glance, Lord, it makes me wanna cry. While everybody here's looking dead in the eye. My foot hits the pavement, but my toes they can't feel. How long have I been asleep at the wheel? Lord, look into a mirror, I don't know what to do, cause I can see my eyes are dying too. It's your own flesh and blood. What will it take to make you wake up other than a flood? Feeling suffocated, all the sound starts to drone. Alone inside this ride, I'd rather hide inside my home. So in a rush to go to somewhere else, I lost my focus. And I'm stepping over a homeless man, I didn't even notice. My foot hits the pavement, but my toes, they can't feel. How long have I been asleep at the wheel? Lord, look into a mirror, I don't know what to do, cause I can see my eyes are dying too.
Sad about the state of affairs in the world today. Yes, I feel mad about the state of affairs in the world today. Too much deception coming through your internet connection. The illusion of selection in this farce of an election. There's too much brutality, this us and them mentality, cowardice. When a minor technicality becomes an innocent fatality. Oh, I feel sad about the state of affairs in the world today. Yes, I feel mad about the state of affairs in the world today. I feel an urgency, I sense an evil with the tide. This is not the liberty for which our fathers died. There's smoke before the fire, and my head's getting hot. We've already jumped the fryer, this is the kettle pot. Yes, I feel sad about the state of affairs in the world today. Oh, I think not about the state of affairs in the world today. Sad about, not about, sad about, not about, sad about, not about. Yes, I feel sad about, not about, sad about, not about, sad about, not about, sad about. Sad about, not about, sad about, not about, sad about, not about. I feel an urgency, a sense an evil with the tide. This is not the liberty for which our fathers died. There's smoke before the fire, and mine's getting hot now. We've already jumped the fryer. This is the kettle pot. Something sad about the state of affairs in the world today. And nothing mad about the state of affairs in the world today. Yeah, sad about, not about, sad about, not about, sad about, not about. I feel sad about, not about, sad about, not about. World's going mad about, sad about, not about.
enough for the whole damn crew. Cause go chicken, go get and sing. Ain't laid an egg since way last spring. Go chicken, go get and call. Ain't laid an egg since way last fall. Go chicken. Go chicken. I am all
Meditating on Fairy Tales with Sean Kramer. This is The Devil's Three Golden Hairs. Enjoy. Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. Welcome back, everyone, to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. I'm Sean Kramer, and in this fairy tale meditation, we will follow the journey of a young boy both into the forest and the underworld in a fairy tale called The Devil's Three Golden Hairs. To prepare ourselves for this meditation, we will begin with a visualization and opening ourselves to helpers and guides. So bring your attention to your body. Let your attention move through and fill your body like light filling up all the parts of your body, out through your arms, down through your legs. And within your body, let your awareness attach itself to your breathing. And as you breathe, with each breath, let your body and mind calm and relax, become more calm and relaxed, with a gentle, unstrained awareness. And in the imaginal world, picture a very large tree with deep, strong roots, a thick, powerful trunk, branches reaching out and upward, covered with beautiful living leaves. And watch that tree through time, through the seasons, as one set of leaves begins to sprout, grow, become full, large, and green, start to fade, wither, and fall off, blow away. And another generation of leaves sprouts, grows, withers, and falls. Through many, many years, many generations. And that tree is the tree of the human race. The leaves are the generations of men, women, and children, of all humans. Each generation, like one of the phases of leaves that grows and falls.
And now see yourself as one of those leaves in one of those generations. You have your place on the tree, your process of growth within your generation. You go through the phases that all the leaves in the many generations before you have gone through. Birth, childhood, growth to adulthood, old age, death. Feel yourself as part of this greater process on this mysterious tree whose roots and sources go beyond anything we can understand. As we open ourselves to this story that past generations have handed down to us to help us understand this life process, we call upon you, holy angels, guides and helpers in this process of the universe and of humanity. Enlighten our minds, order our imaginations, and help us to understand these symbols. In past meditations, one thing we have seen is a common threefold pattern within many fairy tales and within their landscapes. So that a fairy tale will begin often at home, and then there'll be a journey into a forest or an underworld, and then a return home or to a new home. We saw that in Hansel and Gretel. Children from home go into the forest and have their forest conflict and resolution and then come out. In the last fairy tale we looked at, Mother Hala, the girl begins at home and then journeys to the underworld and then returns back home, having been changed, transformed, deepened through that experience in the forest or the underworld. In the story Mother Hala, we saw that the landscape was the home and then the well through which the girl traveled to the underworld, and then the underworld, and the home represented her personal experience, her personal conscious and unconscious memories, family life. The well was the birth experience, the perinatal realm, the experience of birth in the womb, and the underground was what could be called the transpersonal or archetypal level of her being. The being she shared with the human species and with all of nature. In the fairy tale that we will look at today, we will also see this pattern, but interestingly, it will be doubled. The fairy tale we will look at today is a little bit longer one, and it has two parts to this character, this boy's journey. In the first part, he goes from home and into the forest and then to his new home in the castle. But the fairy tale doesn't start there. He has to make another journey from the castle to the underworld and back again. So here we have that pattern, but in both forms, into the forest and into the underworld. And in many of the previous tales we looked at, the subject was more about at least more on the evident surface, more about the growth process of young girls, and often in relation to the mother archetype and complex, such as in Mother Hala, the Frog Prince, the Goose Girl. So in this tale, though we have that similar pattern, we have instead the story of a young boy and his conflicts and resolutions around the father or father figures. So in the last fairy tale we looked at, Mother Hala, the story told about a girl who in the above ground world had conflicts with her mother. And then she went through a watery well into the underworld to spend time with an archetypal mother figure. In this fairy tale, The Devil's Golden Hairs, we will see that in the above ground world there's a boy who has conflicts with his father or father figures, king in this case. And he goes to the underworld not through a watery well, but by crossing a river, where he must spend a night with an archetypal male father figure. In Mother Hala, the archetypal mother figure, Mother Hala, the old woman with the large teeth who caused the changes of seasons in the above world, was an image of nature. Nature with a capital N, kind of the divine, mysterious nature, the source of these changes in the world. And the girl received healing by experiencing the deeper connections of her own female nature and her call to be a mother with the various sources and processes of this mysterious divine nature of the universe. So let us travel with this boy on his journey through life and into the underworld. And after having seen the whole tale and its imagery, we can then come back and meditate on the symbolism of who the boy meets in his underworld journey, what he experiences there, and how that is a fitting solution to his above ground problems. So, as I said, in this story, there are two parts. So let's begin with part one. The part one is the story around a forest, and part two about the journey to the underworld. So the landscape in part one is a typical home, and in the forest, and then the new home, in this case a castle, and the movement of this part of the story is towards getting a wife. The boy grows up and ends up married with a wife in the castle. In some fairy tales, like the Goose Girl, end there. The Goose Girl went on her journey and ended up married in a castle. But many fairy tales don't end there, and they go further, or some start there. So the stereotype of the fairy tale ending as get married and then just live happily ever after is exactly that, a stereotype and a false one. The fairy tales tell us about there being further journeys in more dark forests and underworlds to pass through after marriage and within marriage itself, as this story is an example of. So the story begins all the way back at the birth of this young boy, and as he's born, he has some signs and a prophecy given. He's born with a caul, which is a piece of the amniotic sac stuck to him as a baby, and a prediction is made that in his 14th year he will have the king's daughter, the king of the land. He will have the king's daughter for his wife. And soon after his birth, the king comes into the village, but he is disguised. He goes around the kingdom disguised, not revealing he's the king, looking at what's going on in his kingdom. So while he's there, they tell him about this boy who was born and is prophesied to marry the king's daughter. The king does not want this to happen, and so he arranges with the parents to buy the child. He offers them gold and says that he will take care of the child, and the parents agree. They take the gold and sell the child to the king. So the king, in this way, becomes the father of the child. He, like the adopted father. So he takes the child, he rides away, puts the little baby in a box, and comes to some water and throws the box into the water. And thinks, there, now I have freed myself of this unwanted suitor of my daughter. But the box floats down the river and is picked up by a worker at a mill who brings it to the miller, and the miller and the wife are very happy that they've always wanted a child, and they take it in and raise it. Now, 14 years later, the king is traveling around his kingdom, and he goes to the mill, and he asks the miller about their boy, if it's their son, and they say no, he 14 years ago floated down the river in the box. So the king knows that the boy survived. So he gives them a letter and asks if the young man could take this letter to the queen, and he will pay them in gold for this service. And he writes in the letter that as soon as this boy shows up with this letter, he shall be killed and buried, and make sure it's done before I return. He seals the letter and sends out the boy with the letter. So the boy is now on a journey carrying his own death sentence, sealed up unconsciously with him. He becomes lost in a large forest, and at night he sees a little light and he follows it. He gets to a cottage. He opens the door to the cottage, and sees an old woman sitting alone by a fire. He goes inside, and when she sees the boy, she says to him, "From where do you come, and where are you going?" The boy says that he comes from the mill and he's going to the queen, taking her a letter. "But I'm lost and I want to stay here overnight." And the woman says, "This is a house of thieves. There's a group of young men who are robbers and thieves and murderers, and when they get back, they will rob and murder you." The boy says very nonchalantly, "Well, that's fine, I'm not afraid. I'm just tired and I want to go to sleep." And he lays down and goes to sleep. So here we have a situation in this land of some juveniles, boys, young boys, there's a mother figure, they have no father, and they are robbers and thieves. And notice what will be a pattern in this story. This young boy gets in situations with a helpful female mothering figures and threatening male figures. And in this situation, he is in many ways unconscious. He's unconscious of the contents of the letter, and he's literally unconscious and goes to sleep. And while he's sleeping, the robbers come back in the night. So almost we could think of this as his dream world, his unconscious, things he's unconscious of. And they open up the letter and read it. And they see that it says that as soon as he arrives in the castle, should be put to death. So they feel pity for him. And they rewrite the letter to say, as soon as this boy arrives, let him be married at once to the king's daughter. And they reseal it and give him the letter, and he leaves on his way. So if this night and this letter are images of what the boy is unconscious of, what are some of the things he's unconscious of? He's unconscious of the contents of the letter, of the deep conflict that exists between him and the king, and also of his marriage, even of his desire for marriage. It's all unconscious. So his aggression and violence and his eroticism in their sources, are unconscious to him. Also the very situation, his reliance on a mother figure and his feeling surrounded by threatening male figures are symbolized in the nighttime of his unconscious. So when the boy arrives at the kingdom, the queen reads it, the king is not there, and she does as it says. She marries him, makes a wedding feast, marries him to the king's daughter, and they live for a period contentedly together. So there's the first part of the story. In the second part, the story map, the landscape, begins from the castle and follows the boy journey through the land, some things he sees in the kingdom, to the underworld, where he spends a night and then he returns back. Now, the boy is already married, but things aren't all well and settled. There's still a problem, so let's see what the problem is. So when the king returns, he sees what has happened, that the boy is now married to his daughter, and he says to the boy, everything is not going to go so easily for you as it has. If you want to keep my daughter, you must go get for me from hell 3 golden hairs from the head of the devil. And the king, hoping to be rid of him, but the boy answers, again very carelessly as he usually does, I'm not afraid of the devil. Sure, I'll go get those golden hairs. And he begins on his journey. So interestingly, his problem now is to keep his wife. He got married easily. So he entered a relationship fairly unconsciously, carelessly, with little awareness of his own desires and motivations. But if he wants to maintain the relationship, there are some things he needs, some things he's lacking, which are symbolized by 3 golden hairs from the head of the devil in hell. So this fairy tale is about the problem of someone who gets married very easily, but there are obstacles and problems toward this person remaining in marriage and going deeper into the relationship. His tendency would be to perhaps go from one relationship to another, but because he has difficulty with the consequent phases of remaining and going deeper in a relationship. So the story is about a carefree, lucky kind of boy who has many inner unconscious conflicts and fears, but on the surface feels he knows things and he's not afraid of anything. But inside he has very conflicted images and relations, particularly to male figures and cultural authorities, symbolized by the king. And in that, his response to that is to be soothed and protected by female mother figures, the woman in the forest, the queen who marries him to the daughter. But while the king is in opposition. We might think of him as kind of a naive, kind of nature boy who's in conflict with the traditions of his culture and civilization. He's unconscious of his inner conflicts and obstacles to deeper, lasting relationships. So he's the kind of young man who could remain a man who easily enters a relationship with females, yet has great difficulty with steps beyond that. And maybe the king knows that about him and sets him on his journey to growth. And he must get something from this figure in the underworld, referred to as the devil, the hairs from the head of the devil. So there's something he needs from the threatening masculine if he's going to have a right relationship with the kingdom and with the feminine. So let us see. Let's continue his journey and see what he finds there. So on his journey, he follows a road and he comes to a town. And when he gets to the gates, the men at the gates ask him two things. What is your trade, your profession, and what do you know? Two things that someone gets from their culture and civilization. A craft, a skill, and knowledge and wisdom. And in fact, he doesn't seem to have either. And his only answer is he says, I know everything, like a naive young person. So they say, well, then can you tell us why it is that the fountain in our town, which once flowed with wine, has become dry and no longer even flows with water? The boy says, I'll tell you that, but on my way back. He doesn't know it. He does not have yet knowledge or a trade. So he continues his journey and comes to a second town. And the man at the gate asks him again, what is your trade and what do you know? He only answers, I know everything. So they say, well then, can you tell us why the tree in our town that once gave us golden apples does not even put forth leaves now? It's withered. And the boy says, you will know that, wait till I come back from my trip. So these are things that are important for him to know. They also are telling us the state of the kingdom, that fountains are dry and trees are withered. Then, thirdly, he comes to a great wide river. And the ferryman there asks him the same two questions. What is your trade? What do you know? He says again, like a naive young man, I know everything. So the ferryman says, well then, you can tell me, why is it that I must be always rowing backwards and forwards and am never set free? The boy says, wait till I come back. So not only are things in this realm dried up, withered, but there's kind of a sterile repetition in activity, no innovation. So the boy then crosses the river and comes to the entrance of hell. And when he goes inside, he finds that there's an old woman, the devil's grandmother, sitting in a large chair. Notice how this is almost the same thing he sees when he goes into the cottage in the forest. An old woman sitting. And the devil, who is the grandson of this old woman, is not there. She says to the boy, "What do you want?" And the boy says, "I want 3 golden hairs from the devil's head, or else I will not be able to keep my wife." The woman says, "That is a very great thing to ask for. If the devil finds you, it will cost your life. But I pity you. Let me help you." And she turns him into an ant and says, "Climb into the folds of my dress and you will be safe there." So in this story, the hell and the devil, the hell is, I think it's the underworld and the land of the dead, of the ancestors. It's a more mythological world. I think it would be not right to think of it as the Christian Lucifer, Satan, but the devil as an ancient being in the underworld who is over the realm of the ancestors. In an ancient Hittite myth, the original ruler god is overthrown and another one takes over, and the first ruler god then goes and dwells in the underworld. And this is in some ancient being like a previous king, maybe, who's now forgotten and in the underworld with the dead. And this ancient being is descended from an even more ancient mother being, grandmother, maybe Mother Hala herself. And when he gets there, he is turned into an ant and creeps into the folds of the great mother's dress. This is a image of possible kind of regression, that this boy who feels threatened by the masculine, by maybe even his own culture and civilization, which he is destined to enter into, become part of. And when he feels threatened, he regresses to the mother figure. And this happens to young people, that when they have too many negative images of their elders and their culture, they regress. This impedes their growth to adulthood, meaning to be contributing members of the civilization. They regress to a mother figure. In other words, they look to the civilization not as something to become part of and contribute to, but something that is supposed to take care of them. And they blame the civilization if they're not cared for. So he's there in the underworld as an ant in the folds of the mother's dress. And so we see the problem. He's he's gone, in a way, into his own unconscious. And we see some of what is his problem, that he must somehow heal and rid himself of his view and image of the father and the father figure, the king, as a threat, as something that wants to impede and devour him. He must change that image and see it as a source of growth, of golden hair for him, and some other things which we'll see, what he must get. So this boy, in his inner world is full of threatening males and mothering, protective females. He unconsciously is living in fear of older males and relying on a protective mother image. And this is going to cause him problems with his relationship, with his marriage. So the boy then says, there are also 3 things that I want to know, he tells the grandmother. Why a fountain which once flowed with wine has become dry? Why a tree which bore golden apples does not even put forth leaves? And why a ferryman must be always just going back and forth and never can be free? So the boy also needs answers to problems whose sources are beneath the surface, underground problems. And he must seek those answers below the surface in the underworld from a being who knows about underground things, the quote devil. And the grandmother says those are difficult questions, but be silent and pay attention to what the devil says when I pull out the 3 golden hairs. And in the evening, when night is coming on, the devil returns. So in the forest, the boy slept through the night. He was not aware, he remained unconscious, but the grandmother tells him now he must pay attention, stay awake, so he can hear what the devil says during the night. And this is a change, this is his growth, that he must remain awake during the night, in the underworld, to see what has so far remained unconscious to him. That will be a healing and will enable him to keep his wife. So when the devil comes back, he eats and drinks and lays down on the grandmother's lap and goes to sleep. So the old woman pulls out one of his golden hairs, and the devil wakes up and cries, "What are you doing?" And she says, "I had a bad dream, and that's why I pulled out one of your hairs." The devil says, "What did you dream?" The old woman says that I dreamed of a fountain from which wine once flowed, and it's now dried up, not even water flows. What is the cause of that? The devil says, there's a toad sitting under a stone in the well. If the toad was killed, the wine would flow again. He goes to sleep again. The old woman pulls out another hair. The devil wakes up. "What are you doing?" And she says, "I had a dream." So the devil says, "What did you dream?" And she says, "I dreamt that in a certain village in a kingdom there was an apple tree that once bore golden apples, but now it's withered and doesn't even bear leaves. What is the cause of that? And the devil says, a mouse is gnawing at the roots. If the people would kill the mouse, they would have the apples again. But if it keeps gnawing, the tree will completely wither and die. So the questions are about the causes, the underlying causes of things that are happening in the kingdom. And these are things that this underground being, this ancient underground man, knows about and can explain. He knows things below the surface. He knows causes and reasons of things. This is something that the boy needs. He goes to sleep a third time, and the old woman pulls out a third golden hair. The devil again jumps up, and she says, I had a bad dream. Again. So what was the dream, he asks. She says, I dreamt there was a ferryman who had always to go from one side to the other, back and forth, and could never be released. What is the underlying cause of this? And the devil says, if he wants to be free, when anyone comes and wants to go across, he must put the oar in that person's hand, and then that person will have to ferry back and forth, and the oarsman will be free. Then she let the devil sleep. And when the devil leaves in the morning, the woman gives the boy the 3 golden hairs and asks him if he heard the answers. And the boy says, yes, I've heard. So he leaves and returns on his way. And he gives the answers in turn. First to the ferryman, that the ferryman, if he wants to be freed, must give the oar into someone else's hand. And then he tells the 2 towns that the one with the tree must kill the mouse at its roots, gnawing its roots, and the one with the dry well must kill the toad that is beneath the stone at the bottom of the well. Each of the towns give the boy a large amount of gold to take back. He returns to the kingdom and gives the king the 3 golden hairs. And when the king sees all the other gold that the boy has gotten, he asks him about it. And the boy says, there's a river, and if you go across the river, the gold is like sand there. So the king goes off to get gold for himself. And when he gets to the river, he gets on the boat of the ferryman, and the ferryman hands him the oar and leaps and runs away. And the king is stuck with the oar in his hands that he can't let go of, rowing back and forth. So there is our tale. And what is the overall theme and the solution that is found in the 3 golden hairs? In this story, the obvious thing is that in this kingdom, the life is not flowing. Wells are dried up, trees are withered, actions are fixed, repetitive, stuck. And the reason for this is that there are problems between the young and the old. The older generation, represented by the king, especially the older males, instead of helping the young, apprenticing them, passing on knowledge and trades, they are in opposition to the young. They're using their positions for their own good and not for the common good. So the flow of life and the passing on of culture through the generations is blocked in this world. And the young people, represented by this young boy, are unaware of the deeper sources of things and of their own culture. They have a negative view of their culture, of their civilization, and of the masculine. Very much, I think, like the problem with our culture that has this negative view of the culture. Just the very term patriarchy and patriarchal has acquired a primarily negative connotation. But in this story, the young there are things that they need from their culture, from history, the past, and the patriarchy. Golden hairs. Gold being a symbol of the transformed, realized human nature. Human nature in which consciousness and matter are perfected, like light and matter and gold. And so what is the symbolic solution in this story? It's the devil and what the devil has. The devil he's underground, and he knows about underground things, about causes of things, about things that are unconscious to the young and the old in this culture and civilization. And he's an ancient being who is connected with the Great Mother, nature. And this is one problem in the passing on of culture and civilization, that sometimes just the superficial things are passed on, but not the deeper sources of the culture, the very inner human light and wisdom and evolving tendencies that gave rise to the culture. When people just get certain results, things that have been built up over a long time of the culture, but not the sources, they can become alienated and really can't appreciate the culture. And this underground male is symbolic of the very deep sources of human culture that are in deep connection with nature. That is a basic judgment about cultures and civilization, their connection with nature or disconnection. So this figure, referred to as the devil because he's been cast out and forgotten by this culture, is there with the Great Mother. And the story ends with the image of the king who was opposing the young man in the succession of generations, stuck on a river with an oar. And that's fitting. For one reason, it takes us back to the beginning where he threw the boy in a river and he's now stuck on a river. But even more significantly, this is an image of his own inner world, that he is someone who will not let go of the oars of his kingdom. He's an over-controlling authority in his kingdom and culture. He was snooping around the kingdom, finding out what was going on, trying to oppose the next generation. So that's the image for his very inner nature. His punishment is just to be the kind of person he is, someone who is so over-controlling, he will not let go of the oar, and so he is stuck and stagnated. So, Salamon, are there any comments or questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
We didn't have any questions, but we did have a comment. And Salima said that this is one of her very, very favorite Grimm tales, and that she used to read it over and over. Her other favorites are the 12 Brothers, The Girl Without Hands, and The Robber Bridegroom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's the comment that we have, and this I really enjoyed this fairy tale. It's a very interesting one and seems very adventurous, and kind of like some of the other ones. It didn't turn out, horrible for the boy. he kind of came out with a bunch of gold and a princess.
Yes. Yeah, and that's common to fairy tales, that they have a hopefulness to them. Even though they will include maybe some frightening journey in the middle, or frightening figures, or being lost in a forest, but they don't leave a person there. They offer some solution. And I think that's part of the intention of the fairy tale genre, that they're not just expressions of the troubles and difficulties of growing up, but they do that, but they also are meant to offer some wise teachings about how to move through those difficulties.
Mm-hmm.
So they symbolize both those things. So I like, in looking at fairy tales, to look at what are the solutions that they're trying to convey to people. And not always, but very often, to young people in the difficulties of growing up, but in broadly to humans going through the changes of the life process, the human life process. The fairy tales are trying to give us symbols of the process. That itself is helpful, and symbols that help us to not regress or be stuck, but to grow through our life process.
Definitely, yeah. And this was a good one, and I think, a lot of people, when they come onto Earth and they see how this world works, it is a little bit difficult for them. So I think that this was a great story.
Yes, right. That's a common experience, that culture gives us things, but it also gives us problems. In civilization, we have many benefits, but it's also a burden, and there are negative aspects to it, and to somehow not be discouraged by that, but work through, look for the deeper sources of goodness and wisdom that the past humans have given us, and try to take that to contribute something ourselves.
Great. Well, I definitely appreciate it.
You're welcome. Shall we finish with a brief meditation?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. So come into our bodies and use our breath to enter our bodies, to observe what we are feeling right now. And there's a practice that in many cultures, and it's very strong among the Tibetans, they call it Guru Yoga. And we can do that now. It means that we remember our ancestors in general and particular ones whose teachings may have helped us in a very particular way. That we have gotten something from some wise teacher of the past for whom we're grateful. Could be Jesus or the Buddha, Confucius, Plato, or other just in our family, ancestors, grandparents, teachers. And feel them present with you and feel the gratitude that you have to them, how they have benefited you in your life, how much better your life is because of this contribution of these humans who have gone before. Feel them present and ask their continued blessing, light, guidance in your life.
faith. I can see in my mind's eye what will happen to me in this whole big life of fun we're leading. Watch me grow. Sprout, sprout now. On my own. Sprout, sprout now. Growing up, growing out, the garden is my temple now. Once lost, now found. Watch me sprout, heaven bound. I know, I believe, I got faith. I can see in my mind's eye what will happen to me in this whole big life of fun we're leading. Watch me grow. Sprout, sprout now. On my own. Sprout, sprout now. Growing up, growing out, watch me sprout. Lost now found and heaven bound. I figured out what it's about. It's feeling that fun where it begun. Stay high, good vibes. We are vibrating, making relationships truly groundbreaking. Seems intimidating, but it's yours for the taking. Once you get your feet wet, I bet it's amazing. Open heart blazing. Once you get your feet wet, I bet it's amazing. Watch me grow. Sprout, sprout now. On my own.
rumbles the ground, familiar song of old. If I listen, I can hear them now. They sing, sweet beats for the wicked, all are welcome here. We play the music that is shaking off your fear. Sweet beats for the wicked, if you feel the sound, then come. Let's dance to the beat of a different drum. In a land far away under the blazing sun, where the women threw away their masks, the ugly faces as they are. All the wild and the free kids gathered round and took my hands. Me and tribal people ain't afraid to dance. Can you hear the sound? Ancient ground rumbles the ground, familiar song of old. I think I hear them now. They sing, sweet beats for the wicked, all are welcome here. We play the music that is shaking off your fear. Sweet beats for the wicked, if you feel the sound, then come. Let's dance to the beat of a different drum. We dance to the beat of a different drum. We dance to the beat of a different drum. It echoes through the valley, in that bend where the river runs. We dance to the beat of a different drum. In that land far away upon that mountaintop, where the kids don't need iPhones, where sticks and stones can't break their bones. An angel never hurt them. They know who they are and where they stand. And the neo-tribal people ain't afraid to dance.
Just by listening, listen to the vibrations of the sound, they began to feel ecstatic.
Vasudeva.
balance within yourself. Balance to the world. You must gain balance within yourself before you can bring balance to the world. Balance within yourself.
She said she's ready for new mistakes, and that you gave her all you gave her, yeah. I've been singing every day, anticipating all the ways you tell us to listen to this earth. As she cries from the belly of the beast within, and we're gonna listen to this earth, and we won't wait for a better day. So mercy to those sycophants, forgiveness to these elephants in my room, and I'm done calling you out. May you forget your agenda with me. Hey. Now she's making new mistakes, and you teach her all you teach her, yeah. I've been singing every day, anticipating all the ways you tell us to listen to this earth. As she cries in the belly of the beast we've created, and we're gonna listen to this earth, and we won't wait for a better day. No, it shrieked as it came out. It shrieked as it came out. It shrieked as it came out. So mercy to those sycophants, forgiveness to these elephants in my room, and I'm done calling you out. May you forget your agenda with me, and we won't wait for a better day. No, we won't wait for a better day. Yeah, we will make a better day.
Who are you? The question just echo. Trapped in this sandcastle and needing to let go. Can anyone hear me now? Can anyone hear me now? Fanatical phone addicts lack eye contact as a tactic. Pupils glued to their screens beam out to the cybergalactic. And real life now seems so damn anticlimactic. Everyone's a stranger hiding inside higher tax brackets. I don't want my intelligence to be artificial, or someone telling me, selling me it's more beneficial. So slow down ahead, this curve goes exponential with catastrophic unintentional consequence potential. Who are we now? Who are we now? All I hear on the news is about Iranian uranium and how everybody loses when they're invading the Ukrainians. They're enslaving the third world natives and they call it saving them. I have the dose of my utopium to cope with pain inside my cranium. I just gotta calm down, I need more patience. But my heart just doesn't resound with the sound of technological salvation. The distance between the new
nations, people on the ground at the space stations. And this acceleration just seems bound for devastation.
It's starting to feel like this is all just a simulation. With sky painted on the ceiling in plastic vegetation. We're all looking for something with meaning. What it means to be a human. What it means to just be humans being. Who are we now? Who are we now?
And I don't even understand the idea of nature versus nurture. If humans are just animals, then isn't it just a merger? When did civilization even decide on its departure? If we don't nurture nature, we're just wrecking our own future. In the jungles of concrete, people feed on bipolarity, medicating away all the clarity, so that there would be never a hope for solidarity. And apparently, nature fades into obscurity, as we tragically and rapidly head for the singularity.
Who are you? The question just echo. Trapped in this sandcastle and needing to let go. Can anyone hear me now? Can anyone hear me now?
Within my soul there's a place where the flower of communion lays its petals of grace to unfold into the season. Now behold the highest reason. For where there's a will, there's a way. May the way that I will be pure in faith to see what no I can't believe. Beloved, become to be lived beyond me. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answers to our deepest questions. And when we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning of this life we live on. And in my heart there's a song that awakens all I've ever known and all that shall be, guided by the inner melody. We breathe to be and become when the will and the way have been said and done. Rise like the dawn. I receive you as surely as I may become. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answer to our deepest question. When we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning of this life we live on. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answers to our deepest questions. And when we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning of this life we live on.
Directly connected, divinely we're protected. We try rules of the pure land, sacred light, always reflected. Faith seeds to have life, we advise, never neglect. I'm talking about fire and water. I adore my priestess, who's always a conscious daughter. We're always looking for something that has never been lost. Exaggerate our garments, the foolish way that we floss. Looking to pay off our karma, but see we don't know the cost. Just realize the true boss, there ain't no river to cross. The whole challenge is, how can we make it flow up within our central channel? Yes, our redemption is flowing, it's like the river Nile. Almighty Devi Ganga arises rises from the top of the crown of Shiva. I said it's all symbolic. You know these meanings are deep. These keys are stimulants to wake us out of our sleep. You know it's all symbolic. I say these meanings are deep. These keys are stimulants to wake us out of our sleep. Yeah, you wake 'em up.
River of love, giver of peace, lead me to the open sea. Holder of truth, keeper of faith, lead me to the only way. River of love, giver of peace, lead me to the open sea. Holder of truth, keeper of faith, lead me to the only way. For within my soul there's a place where the flower of communion lays its petals of grace to unfold into the season. Now behold the highest reason. For where there's a will, there's a way. May the way that I will be pure in faith. See what now I may believe. Beloved, become to be lived beyond me. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answers to our deepest questions. And when we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning of this life we're living. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answers to our deepest questions. When we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning of this life we're living.
It's that rain song, raining down, blessing the ground. Thank you, Grandpa, for water and storms, singing it loud. Feeling so proud to have you inside this body's molecules. Medicine for all the plants and animals. It's that goodness, deliciousness, gift of the best. Caress on the flesh, so pure and so fresh, like taking a breath of vital oxygen and hydrogen in combination. A prayer for hydration in every generation. Water is life, life is a flood. The wet in our blood, warm in the womb. Liquid lullaby love comes from above. Stores in the mud, rivers, streams, and oceans. 90% of every yarn I wanna be in. Drinking and drowning, dousing in downpours. Irrigating and housing the plants and biggest mammals. Pray for the whales and the wells and the well health of Mother Earth's true wealth. So water yourself, cause water is self. Water pure and free. Water so pure and free. Water pure and free. Giving us everything we need. Hey, you know what I hear now, Yahweh. Hey, you know what I hear now, Yahweh. Hey, you know what I hear now, Yahweh. Hey, you know what I hear now, it's that rain song, raining down, blessing the ground. Thank you, Grandpa, for water and storms, singing it loud. Feeling so proud to have you inside this body's molecules. Medicine for all the plants and animals. It's that freshness, lubricating wetness, liquid and iridescent. The planet's pure medicine, vegetation, flotation, a powerful agent. H2O equation, building creation and holding vibration. Amazing, native bodies cannot live without it. Malleable magic, memory magnet, massive and passive. So pray about it. Ask for remedies and energy. Water be pure and free for eternity. Learning to be more like a stream, fire to steam, creating the stream fluidity. I like you know it's so holy. Hydropower harmonic. Lift up your cup before you drink it up. And giving thanks for this liquid lullaby love. Yeah. Water pure and free. Water so pure and free. Water pure and free. Giving us everything we need. Yeah. You know what I hear now, Yahweh. Hey, you know what I hear now,
we are leaving the timelines of war. The warrior becomes a guardian. No shame of defeat, no rage in righteousness, just heart planting gardens. Take me through my shadows, show me my fellow man, help me find the sanctuary every place I am. I am, I am, I am, I am. I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way. I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way.
I am the voice of a million women who have been raped and pillaged, who have been sacrificed, who are claiming their queendom of heaven on earth, sanctuary of the womb, the great birthing ground. No longer victims of circumstance, no longer the target of unresolved pain. I want to heal the distance between our hearts and minds, between our beliefs and our doubts, generations of separation. I am, I am, I am, I am.
I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way. I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way.
You can either live your dreams or live your fears. And I think the majority of people actually are not living their dreams, but are living their fears. So I want to ask you a question. What are your fears? What are you afraid of? What are you scared of? Because we all have fears, don't we? We all have something that's blocking us, that's holding us back. And as we begin to look at life, what we realize is that the reason that most people are not living out their true potential and not doing all of the things that they would really like to do is because of fear. Some people call fear false evidence or expectations appearing real. I'm reminded of a story of a guy that was living in an area where he had some new neighbors, and these neighbors had a bulldog. And when he came home every day, this bulldog used to chase him about a half a block from his house. Every day, he would have to streak home. I mean, he would just run. This bulldog would be right on his heels. And so he just got tired of that, because he would go home about a half a block away from home. He would look around for this bulldog, and he wouldn't see him. And he would go walking casually along, and this bulldog come out of nowhere, woo, 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 and start chasing him, and he'd run home. So this one day, he just got tired. And so when the bulldog was running after him, he started running. He saw a rock, and he stopped to pick it up to throw at the bulldog. And when the bulldog got up on him, he started barking. He realized the bulldog didn't have any teeth in his mouth. Then he started chasing the bulldog. If you don't get on away from it, because the most the bulldog could have done is gummy, you know. And so, you know what? Most people go through life running scared. Running scared from things that have no teeth in them, because they're false expectations appearing real. That, see, we're brilliant enough to scare ourselves to death. You realize that? There are some people actually who get a kick out of scaring themselves to death. I remember the last frightening movie I saw. It was The Exorcist. I will never forget. I was so frightened when I came home. I'll never forget. I drove in the driveway, and I had already called my former wife and said, listen, turn the lights on. I was coming in the driveway, and I was getting out of the car, and all of a sudden I couldn't get out. I started blowing my horn. I said, Madeline, they got me, they got me. She came to the kitchen and said, take your seatbelt loose, fool. I said, oh, okay. I was frightened out of my wits. But there are a lot of people who they get off on that. They love it. I'm a person, my brother is a paratrooper. My twin brother, he's in the military, career man. I would love to jump out of an airplane to parachute. I'm scared, though. I mean, I really admire my brother for that. I would really love to be macho man like that. What are the things that you fear that's been keeping you from living your dream, that's been keeping you from doing some things that you would like to do? Just think about those things. And how do we begin to handle that? Abraham Maslow said that life is about growth. And he said, you can either go back to your comfort zone, and there you won't find any growth, or you must be willing to go forward and face your fears again and again and again, because you're never going to have a fear-free existence. I mean, some fear is acceptable and legitimate. There are some things that you really should be afraid of. Now, you shouldn't allow it to immobilize you. You acknowledge it, you take it into account, and you carry yourself accordingly. There are times that we should proceed with caution. But it's the difference between being stopped by fear. It's the difference between having a fear and the fear having you. So what do? One, acknowledge it, and knowing that it's okay. Don't condemn yourself for being afraid. It's perfectly fine to have some fears. You acknowledge your fears, you embrace those fears, and then you move on. You act on whatever it is that you fear. Because once you embrace it, see, what you resist will persist. What you resist will persist. So one of the most important things is to begin to embrace your fear. The fear of bodily harm, that's legitimate. When I was a disc jockey in Columbus, Ohio, you know, I was young, about 22, 23, thought I was tough, and I was on the air, and Al Green, who was a great performer at that time and still is now singing gospel music, had a record. His first hit record was Back Up Train. So a guy came in the town and was impersonating Al Green. I happened to know Al Green because I'd already booked him. And so when I found out this guy was impersonating Al Green, I came on the air and did an editorial about him, and I exposed him. He was a rather big fellow, and so he had the word out that when I see this guy Les Brown, the disc jockey, I'm going to knock him in the mouth for having a big mouth. So I was driving down Main Street in Columbus, Ohio, had my son in the car, and I always had this little saying, hey, if anybody ever put a threat on me, I'm going to make them honor it. So I saw this guy in the street. So I pull around. I said, excuse me, I'll be right back. Got out of the car. I said, hey, man, I heard you said that you were looking for me. I'm Les Brown. He said, you are? I said, yeah. I said, what is it? I'm the one that said that you are an imposter. I said, I want to know what you're going to do about it. He opened his coat and he had a gun there. I say, but whatever I said to hurt your feelings, I want you to know it's all right. Acknowledge your fears, carry yourself accordingly, and do what makes sense for you. Well, one major fear I've always had is a fear of the dentist. And this fear had me. I didn't have that fear. And what really reinforced it, you got to watch things that can feed your fear. I saw a movie that most people would not remember. This movie was starring Dustin Hoffman. It's called The Marathon Man, with Laurence Olivier. When he's trying to get a confession out of here. And he took this drill out. Let me tell you something. When he went in Dustin Hoffman's mouth with that drill, I had $1 worth of popcorn. That popcorn went everywhere. Oh! Do you know I could not go to the dentist for 5 years? I had left broadcasting, went to the Ohio legislature, had an impacted wisdom tooth. Now that hurts. And I would call, and as soon as the people would answer the phone, I would hang up. That's how frightened I was. Dr. Hamler's office, boom, I'd hang up. Then I got to the point where I could just ask for an appointment. Hello? And I wouldn't give my real name. Because I knew I wasn't going to keep it. I'd give anybody's name. Joe Jiggly Jim, it didn't matter. Then pretty soon I got to the point where I could give my name. It was about 4 years after that, you know. I said, my name is Les Brown. Then I would call back and say, look here, due to my legislative agenda, I won't be able to make it. So the lady finally said on the phone, she said, you're scared, aren't you? I said, no, I'm not. She said, then why don't you come in? I said, that's none of your business. She said, you're not coming in because you're scared. I wish you just would not waste our time. And she hung up. I said, you have no right to do that to people like me, you know. So finally, to make it long and short of it, I was hurting so bad, I said, wait a minute, I've got to do something. And I said, what am I afraid of? Go there and handle it. I said, man, Dr. Hamler, I just can't hear this drill. I mean, if you can do whatever, I don't need to hear this drill, that sound, you know, that's what gets me, that drill. Don't pull that drill out on me. He said, just calm down, calm down. And it wasn't really bad as I thought it was. One of the things you find out that when you face your fears, it's not as bad as you think it is. And when people tell you, I just can't do it, I can't handle it, I mean, really, I can't handle it, what they're envisioning is that they're not going to be here. They're going to clock out like you're going to die. And guess what? We all had occasions when we confronted our fears, we had to do something we felt uncomfortable with, we didn't want to do it, and we did not die. They didn't come take us and put us in a box somewhere. Am I right? So what we've got to begin to do, how do we handle that? What's the process? Because it's all up in here. One, I think, is imagine the worst case scenario. I just imagine that he went in my mouth and with this drill and that I just croaked out. Then I imagine, that's the worst case scenario. Then I had another technique I used. Visualize yourself being more than able and capable of handling it. And I used to have a tremendous inferiority complex about speaking before people that I felt who had more going for them than I did. Because I'm not college trained, I used to feel that college people were the most intelligent people on the planet. And there was nothing I had to say for them. And what will they listen to me for? That's the way I felt. And so I had to visualize myself speaking before them, speaking before various audiences that had more going for them than I did, and realize and appreciate my own value and that I was a worthwhile person, even though I didn't have all going for me. I didn't have the money, I didn't have the education that they had. So part of the process is seeing yourself, being worthy, being capable, having what you need to make you a worthwhile person, and that you're more than able, and that you deserve to be listened to, or you deserve to have that dream and that passion and whatever it is that you see and envision there. You've got to see it in your mind's eye and know that you've got what it takes. Repeat after me, please. I must see in my mind's eye, see myself, confronting my fears, handling my fears, I'm more than able. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, you got the right stuff. So deciding as you look at your life, as you look into the future and say, what fears am I holding on to? What fears that I'm allowing to imprison me, that's keeping me from breaking out, that's keeping me from living up to my true potential, that's keeping me from really being happy, that's keeping me from having a sense of adventure and excitement in my life? What's keeping me from controlling my destiny? What fears that I'm giving that permission to? Notice what I said, that we must give our permission to fear to immobilize us. Because whatever discomfort you experience, whatever challenges or difficulty that it is, you got to handle it. Got to go up in there and wrestle with it. Will it be easy? No. Will it be challenging? Yes. A friend of mine who's going into recovery. He's been addicted to crack cocaine for years and alcohol. And he was talking about how challenging it was and why he was dreading going into cold turkey. I said, what do you want me to tell you? That it's going to be a picnic? No, it's not. It's going to kick your butt? Yes, it is. Are you going to want to die? Yes, that's a part of it. But that's just what you must go through in order to get where you want to go. And guess what? You are strong enough to do it. You're strong enough. And your life is worth whatever you have to go through to get past this addiction. Whatever you have to do. This dream you got, whatever you want to do, will it be easy to just run out there and do it? No. Will it happen overnight? No. Will it be a struggle? Yes. Will there be times when you can't make ends meet? Yes, that's a part of it. Will there be times you won't know what to do? Yes, that's a part of it. Will you have some opposition? Will things go wrong sometimes? You will have many visits from Murphy. Now, if you're saying, well, who's Murphy? Don't worry. Somebody must have told us someplace along the line, I don't know where, but somebody must have told people, oh, life is going to be real easy. No. If they told you that, I've got a special announcement. They lied. I'll never forget, I had a special piece of legislation I wanted to get passed, and I said to a guy, I said, look here, can I count on your vote? He said, yes. And look here, if I can't count on it, let me know. There's another guy that owes me a chip, and I can call on that. And I won't need your vote, but I do need it. If you say you're going to do it, do it. He said you can count on it. Legislation came up. He voted against my bill. My bill passed. I went back to him and said, hey, I told you I needed the vote, but if you couldn't give it up, let me know. I would get somebody else. I said, why did you tell me? He said, I lied. I was in shock. How many of you that life just wore you out? That you didn't expect that? You thought you'd go to school, get good grades, get a job, and you came out here and you'll be able to get a job and live happily ever after, and you say, they lied. Yes, they did. They never told me, you know that song said, Mama told me there'll be days like this. They didn't even tell us that. Isn't that something about life is challenging? I mean, it's some stuff you get out here, you didn't read it in a book nowhere. Didn't nobody warn you that it was going to come down on you like this. That's called life. There are all kinds of challenges like that. So what's the next piece is that you accept yourself, then you accept the fear as a fact and not a force. See, when you accept yourself and you accept fear as a fact, that means that it's something that happens. It's something that you're going to experience, but it is not a force to hold you back. It doesn't have any special power other than that you give it. So you accept the fact that you are afraid, and then you move on anyhow. You move on past it, and you do whatever you've got to do. I was at a big motivational rally for a gentleman by the name of Dexter Yeager down in the Carolinas. I was standing backstage, and I had to go out. I was the last speaker on the program. It's the first time I'd been in a stadium of this size, over 10,000 people. You couldn't see the people because the lights are just blaring in your eyes, called Free Enterprise Day. I was afraid. My heart was beating fast. I was just pacing back and forth. And Dexter said, "Are you all right?" I said, "Yeah." "Yeah, I'm all right." So I said, "Wait a minute. Just calm down. Calm yourself. Hold a minute. Hold a minute. It's all right, Les. It's all right. All right. Just be as scared as you can be." See, that's why I say embrace that fear. Just try and see how scared you can really get. And start breathing deep. So the guy came back, he said, "Are you about to die or something?" I said, "No, I'm fine." But after I started embracing it and trying to make myself as afraid as I can get and imagine what's the worst thing that I can go out there and do, my mind go blank and I faint on stage, that's the longer they gave me my check. But once I started laughing at myself, I started talking to myself and said, "You know you scared today?" And I said, I just calmed myself down. And I went out there and I cooked. And that's what you got to do. I had another experience where I was at a major corporation, and it was one of my first major presentations I was going to do for this corporation. And I had 4 other presenters that had large firms. And one of the things that you've got to do is you've got to watch your inner conversation and discipline your thinking and your imagination, because if you don't, your mind will take you on a wild trip. So my mind said, "Hey, Les." I said, "What?" "These guys are going to wipe you out. You can't compete with them." Because I heard these guys sitting over across from me, and they were talking about all that they had going for them. And so I started doubting myself, and I became afraid, and I was thinking, well, maybe I shouldn't go in there. And so I knew then, and this is what I suggest to you, sometimes you got to talk to yourself. Talking to yourself, could be a good exercise. It might be the only intelligent conversation you ever get. So I got up and I went to the bathroom. And I started talking to myself and said, "Les Brown, let me tell you something. What do you care about these guys and their firms and all their money? You got 6 children you've got to feed. You got a mama you've got to take care of home. You ain't got nothing to lose." I went in that room and looked at those people. I said, "Don't you do nothing till you hear from me." And I got that contract, too. You got to do that. So when you have your lower self talking to you, telling you what you can't do, part of what you've got to do is be your own motivator. And you can't talk casually to yourself. You can't stand around and say, "Now, you must calm down now." No, that subconscious mind won't hear that. You've got to have a good conversation to yourself. Hey, and answer yourself, too. Don't pay these people any attention. You answer yourself. "Hey, what you going to do?" "I'm going there and get off." "All right, very good. Go in there and take care of business." You've got to talk to yourself, and you build yourself up, and you'll feel your energy level coming up, and people will feel that around you. See, now, if you go through life being afraid, people can sense that. They can pick up that fear. So that's why you've got to stand up inside yourself. I'm reminded of the little boy that was on a bus, and some bigger fellows were picking at him, And so he wanted to move from by them. They were thumping him on the head. And so he stood up just to get from by them, and they would push him back down. And he would stand up again. They push him back down. And he stood up again. They pushed him down, held him down. He said, "You might hold me down, but I'm standing up inside myself." And that's what you got to do in life. See, when you are not filling your life with the things that you are capable of doing, see, we all have some stuff that we've been given. And I don't think that it's optional for us to sit on what we have. See, if you're sitting on what you have, what you've been given, and I think everybody's been given something to bring to the planet, that only you can do that. Only you can perform that. Only you can initiate that activity. And if you don't do that, if you're not filling in your life with your life work or your mission, then there are gaps in your life. And what we do when we're not living out our true identity, we begin to fill the gaps. We fill the holes with garbage, alcohol, drugs, worry, self-destructive behavior. So when you begin to look at your life and you know that you're not doing what you can do because you have allowed yourself to be held captive by your fears. Now, when you don't have a true appreciation and acceptance for who you are, and you allow yourself to be immobilized by fear, what happens in the process is that you begin to abuse yourself. You begin to sabotage your life, you begin to sabotage your dreams, you begin to unconsciously work against yourself. You become your own worst enemy. So what do you do about that? Well, you begin to realize that your dream and your gifts have so much meaning and so much value for you till your hunger for them will begin to push you past the fear. Your hunger to have them will give you a special drive. As you work on yourself, as you begin to acknowledge your true identity, the true power that you have, the true capacity you have to bring about change, the miracle-working power that you have within yourself to do the things that you want to do. When you take them on, I'm reminded of a man who, this gentleman was doing a special study of a special tribe in Africa, headhunters. And he had difficulty in developing a relationship with these tribesmen because of the fact that he had fear. He had fear they were going to take his head. I tell you, all fears aren't bad. That was a legitimate fear. That was a good fear to give you a headache. So he worked there for a long time with no effort, no progress in developing a relationship and rapport and being able to achieve a level of trust. So finally one night while he was in bed, he was thinking about it. I said, what is it that you came here to do? What is your life work as a missionary? He said, I wanted to study these tribesmen. I said, what's the worst thing that they can do to you? Kill you. And he just decided, hey, this is what I came here to do. I know that there's some risk involved, and I'm going to do it, come what may. He said, I'm not going to be afraid anymore. He went back the next day, and he started doing the work and trying to talk to and interview many of the members of this tribe. And they began to respond to him. They threw out the welcome mat to him. And years later, when people came to see what his progress was, they asked him, how were you able to do this? How did you convert the relationship from being hostile to that of being positive? And he said something I think has value for all of us. He said, when life can no longer threaten you with death, he said, what else is there? What else is there? And the majority of the fears that we have are not life or death fears. They're not those kind of fears. But through our imagination, we blow them out of proportion and we give them more power than they actually have or deserve, and we permit them to govern our lives. We permit them to determine how far we can stretch out on our dreams and discovering our stuff. And as we begin to look at ourselves and begin to, wait a minute, just getting to the point as you assess yourself and begin to prove yourself and just say, wait, hold a minute. I've been sweating this out. What's the worst thing that can happen to me on this? Will it kill me? Will I die? Why am I going through all of these changes over this? How much power does this really have? And am I the one that's feeding the power into it? See, a lot of times we allow ourselves to be fed and to be programmed into being afraid. I mean, you watch the news and read the newspaper, you'll be scared to come out the house. Am I right? You'll be afraid. So what kinds of things, what kinds of thoughts are you feeding your consciousness? What kind of things are you putting in your mind that will enable you to either move forward or to justify why you're staying where you are? Another piece that I look at, that when I finally decided that I was going to go to the dentist, the pain was so great. I couldn't hold out any longer. All of a sudden, the fear didn't matter. I can't but take me. Now, some people need fear, you know. I have a friend that we told him, hey, man, you know, you need to lose some weight. You're getting overweight and out of shape, and at our age, we need to have a regular program. And Bud said, man, I've been fat since I was a little boy. I'm big bone. I've never seen a fat skeleton, though, you know. Well, Bud became ill. How many of you ever seen a fat skeleton? Raise your hand. I know, all right. Bud became ill, passed out, and I was there, and the doctor was talking to him. And Bud, I think, was going to go right back to same old eating habits and doing everything. You know, they said, look here, you are a diabetic. He said, now, here's some of the side effects. You know, you could go blind, you can become an amputee. None of that touched him. He said, you can become impotent. He said, what did you say? Bud has lost weight. He exercises every day. He's into body sculpturing. 48 years young. He looks great. I can't believe it. But just that one statement made all the difference in the world. Bud is a new man today. So what is it that has to happen to you? Some people don't take corrective measures to improve their health until they get a pronouncement that they're about to die. Then they'll start, okay, all right, I'm ready to do whatever you want me to do. But they won't do that. They can see people drop it off like flies around them. Well, that's them. You got to go from something. We go through life really blocking ourselves constantly. And fear is one of the greatest instruments that we could use to stifle our true potential. When you begin to look at your life, you can decide to use fear as a blocker, or you can decide to use it as building blocks. That you decide, hey, look here, I'm going to move in this direction. I'm not going to allow anything to stop me from doing what I want to do. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, I'm unstoppable. See, when you begin to understand and acknowledge your fear, and you go forth anyhow, you go forth in a spirit and a knowing that there's a way that you can begin to handle this. There's a way out here somewhere. There's a solution. What it is that you're seeking. That you have the capacity to whatever comes up, to handle it, to face it. And rather than feeling powerless, you begin to feel powerful. See, when all of the major downsizings that are taking place around this country, there are a lot of people who are biting their fingers in fear that they might lose their jobs. But there are few people who have decided within themselves, I'm going to make it. Some people aren't waiting to be cut. Some people are moving on their own because they feel within themselves, I've got what it takes to make it. They're not afraid about tomorrow because of how they see themselves, because of what they feel that they deserve, because of what they feel that they can create for themselves. Because these people have decided, as they look at the future, as they look at themselves, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way for me to begin to create a way out of no way. And when you have that kind of consciousness, when you have that kind of spirit, nothing can stop you. Nothing. What would your life be like as you look toward the future if you decided, I'm not going to allow my fears to stop me? What would your life be like? What would your future be like if you decided to want that which you desire so strongly that it prepares you past your fears, that you experience the fear, as the one book says, feel the fear and do it anyway? What would your life be like? And I'm saying to you that all of us who have been entombed by fear have the capacity to resurrect ourselves and to resurrect our dreams. All of us have the capacity to do that. And you have, is it easy? No. It's not easy. Can I do it? Yes. What's one of the ways to get started? Some of us need somebody to hold our hands. Sometimes we need somebody to help us out. Be willing to say, I don't know. Be willing to reach out. Be willing to get some assistance to take you to the next level. One great athlete, you never expect boxers to make profound statements. I think it was Joe Frazier who said this one. He says, all of us are like the blind man at some point in our lives standing on the corner waiting for somebody to lead us across. So all of us at some point in our lives need some help, need someone to reach out to us, to throw out the lifeline, to help us go across some treacherous waters that we couldn't navigate by ourselves. None of us do it by ourselves. All of us at some point of our lives. We need that kind of help. We need that kind of assistance because we grow from the people we have in our lives that can enrich our lives personally, professionally, spiritually, and all the dimensions of our lives. We don't grow in a vacuum. So as you look at yourself, what are the fears you have that maybe you need some help in strengthening yourself in that area? As you assess your strengths and your weaknesses, as you begin to approve yourself and your passions and your dreams and your goals and the things that you want, if you decide to experience all of your true potential, as you decide to manifest all of your greatness, as you decide, wait a minute, what else is available to me out here if I decided to experience the fear of rejection, the fear of no, the fear of failure, the fear of standing by myself? What else is available? Of taking a chance, a fear of losing it all. What else is available to me that will bring some extra meaning and value? The fear of people not liking me. You know how many people do things they don't want to do because they want everybody to like them? Everybody's not going to like you. Excuse me, special announcement. Everybody's not going to like you. No, it's just not that kind of world. But you know, there are a lot of people who won't take positions on issues, who won't take a stand for things they believe in, who won't speak up for themselves because they don't want to make anybody mad. Oh, it was Bill Cosby. He said, I don't know what the secret of success is. He said, but here's what I know what the secret of failure is. He said, trying to please everybody. You can't please everybody. But there are people who have the fear of rocking the boat. So they just go alone in life. Just go alone. Well, how do you feel? Well, I don't really want to say. How many of you know people like that? Raise your hand. These people aren't living life. They're not truly experiencing life. What do you really want to do? Well, I don't like this, but I guess I'll go ahead on and do it. No. The life is too short for that. Too short and unpredictable, moseying through. Not trying to disturb anything, not trying to shake anything up, not trying to make any waves. You see, there are some people who come through the universe and their level of contribution and the level of energy they manifest is so small, so inconspicuous that when they go, you won't even know they left. I mean, there are people who die on jobs and you say, hey, where's John? Oh, John's been dead 6 months. You're kidding. No. Is that right? Yeah. I didn't know. Why didn't somebody say, well, I guess we didn't miss him. But there's some people, because of their personality, because of their contribution, because of the investment of their time and their energy and the impact they have there, that when they go, everybody will miss them. See, when Mother Teresa checks out, everybody will know. When Rosa Parks, everybody will know. Nelson Mandela, everybody will know. Why? Because of their contribution. See, but there's some people, because their contribution is so small, no one will care. So I'm saying, before you are boxed and buried, decide that you're going to box and bury your fears. Decide that you're going to begin to live life on a new level, seeking out new horizons, that you're going to find more love and more joy and more ways to give more to life. Guy said something, I love this. He says, everything a man does for himself, guess what? He takes with him But everything he does for others, he leaves behind. So when you begin to say, what is it that I want to leave? What contribution that I want to begin to make? What difference do I want to make in life? What is it that I want to do with the rest of the life that I have left? What chances I need to take? What risks do I need to begin to embrace? What fears do I need to step on? What areas of my life am I dead right now? What dreams? You can either live your dreams or live your fears. You have got to get to a point where you say, I'm sick and tired of living like this. There's got to be more. That's when people go out and strike out on their dreams. That's when people get out of relationships where they're dying together rather than growing together. That's where they leave jobs. So where are you going? Away from here? I don't know. Do you have another job? No, I don't. How are you going to make it? I don't know, but I will. See, you will when you put yourself in that kind of situation. I'm reminded of two frogs that were hopping down the road, and they fell into a bottle of milk. And one was hopping up and down for a while, and he drowned. He just gave up. But this other frog just kept on kicking. He wouldn't give up. He just kept on kicking. And pretty soon he churned that milk into butter, and he walked on out. So I'm saying when life catches you by the neck and blind slap you, whap and knock you down, I said just keep on kicking, you know. And you can kick on out of those circumstances, whatever they are, not be intimidated by them. Repeat after me, please. I'm going to keep on kicking. I'm going to conquer my fears. I'm never going to give up. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, keep on, keep it on. I tell you, one of the exciting things about life is you got to keep the child in you. Little children dream. We used to go to work with my mama, and we would be riding across Miami Beach. My brother and I would be arguing, that's my car. No, that's your car. That Rutabaga over there. Well, that's my house. Mama, tell you that's my house. I had that house yesterday. How many of y'all did that as kids? Raise your hand. But then after we become adults, life slap you side the head a few times, and then you don't dream anymore. Bigger Thomas in the book, The Invisible Man, I think it was, he said, the impulse to dream has been slowly beaten out of me through the experience of life. And most people, ladies and gentlemen, have stopped living their dreams because of the lessons they've learned from life or things they've picked up, because we've only been born with two fears. The fear of a loud sound or the fear of falling. And all the other fears are fears we learn, fears we pick up. Whatever you're scared of, your life, the value you brought to the planet, far more important than whatever you're afraid of. You're stronger. So as we begin to look toward the future and look at what will it take for us to break through those fears, one, acknowledging the fear, knowing it's all right, some fear is healthy. Beginning to know that your dreams, your passions, your drive to achieve whatever it is you want, as it has more power and meaning, it will move you past your fears. As you begin to feel that you deserve it, your passion and goal is so strong, the fears won't matter. As you begin to trust yourself and put yourself in the situation where you have to make it happen, you will make it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe this. I know this from my own life experience. I know that you've got greatness within you. I know that you have unlimited potential in you. I know that you have something to give to the universe that was not here before you showed up. Somebody said that life is God's gift to us, and how we live our lives is our gift to God. What kind of gift are you giving? And what kind of gift could you give if fear wasn't an issue? And I'm saying you can have fears, but don't surrender. Don't let your fears have you. You're more than capable of making this your decade. This is Mrs. Mamie Brown's baby boy, Leslie Calvin Brown, saying, it's been a plum-pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege. Thank y'all here.
in this space travel track, the feeling of going out of space and traveling and knowing that still we have a home here. Everyone can feel where is their home, in the body or here on earth or whatever it is. But the crystal ball, for me, brings the like a stable tone that I could fly more high. So yeah.
And now enjoy this guided meditation. For this meditation, we will practice mindfulness. The mindfulness meditation has been around for over 2,500 years. Mindfulness meditation allows us to become aware of our emotions, our thoughts and feelings with acceptance and non-judgmental focus. It helps us become aware of what is already true in our moment-to-moment experience. We become present with whatever is happening, no matter what it is. We can let go of any illusions that we have created and begin the process of accepting even the darkest parts of ourselves. With acceptance comes love, and with love comes healing. This kind of meditation has been proven by science to reduce pain, stress, fatigue, and brings us to a more compassionate place towards ourselves and others. After only 10 minutes of this practice, we can begin to notice the positive effects and changes within our bodies. So for this meditation, we are going to go through 3 different scans. We're going to scan our thoughts, and then we're going to scan our bodies. And finally, we will scan our emotions. Now remember, while you are scanning these different parts of yourself, we are to be in a state of acceptance and non-judgment. So that means if you are having thoughts, do not judge them. Do not say, this is bad or this is good. It simply just is. We're just allowing these thoughts to come. So we are going to begin. Get in a comfortable position. You may lie down on your back with your arms to your side, or you can sit down with your legs crossed and your back straight. If that is not comfortable, sit in a chair with your hands on your knees and your back straight. You may close your eyes, or if your eyes are open, focus 1 foot in front of your feet. And just focus on that one area. So now let's scan our thoughts. Feel it as if it is a river and you have been holding it back, like a beaver with a dam. But now I ask you to remove that dam, to allow these thoughts to come flooding in, moving out of the way, not resisting them anymore. Let them pour forth, and do not hold them back. Acknowledge them with the in-breath, and accept them without judgment on the out-breath. So we're going to practice this breath 3 different times. And I will ask you to take as big of a breath as is comfortable for you, breathing in of your nose and out of your mouth. And now take a deep breath in, accepting these thoughts, acknowledging them. And on the out breath, just accepting them without judgment. So acknowledge them, breathing in deeply and accepting them without judgment, exhaling fully. You are doing wonderfully. Continue to allow these thoughts to come. Continue to breathe in whatever way is comfortable for you. And just keep allowing these thoughts to flood. Allow this river to pour. Do not try to hold it back. Just acknowledge them. When you breathe in, accept them without judgment when you breathe out. Now I'll give you a few minutes to do this. In a moment, we will begin to do the body scan. Begin to wrap up this thought scan. Begin to let go of all these thoughts now. As we start to focus on our body, so begin to become aware of your physical body and whatever sensations are occurring there. So with this body scan, if you feel any sense of pain or soreness, just accept it without any judgment whatsoever. Do not consider it to be bad or good. Just accept that it is there. And when you breathe in, acknowledge the pain, and when you breathe out, accept it and send love to it. If you hold these negative feelings and emotions on these specific body parts, it will block energy there, and you'll begin to become pained and diseased in these areas. So now with this body scan, we're going to start with the bottom of the feet. So feel whatever sensation in the bottom of the feet, the bottom of the toes, and the bottom of the heels. Slowly, we're working our way up, now past the ankles and into the calves. Just sense any sort of feeling that you have in these areas. Now move up to the knees, and slowly into the thighs, continuing up to the pelvis region. Now from the pelvis, moving up to the groin, the buttocks, continuing to the lower abdomen and the lower back. Now move on to the solar plexus area, which is between your belly button and your chest. continuing to the chest and the upper back. And you may notice an itch there. You may notice a pain there, or you may notice the wind or the temperature. And just when you breathe in, acknowledge these feelings, acknowledge these sensations. And when you breathe out, just accept them without any judgment, while sending love into those areas. You want to send as much love as you can. And now from the tip of the fingers, drawing slowly upwards to your wrists, then to your forearm, to your biceps and triceps, and now back to the shoulders. From there, continuing up to the collarbone, and then the neck, to the chin, the mouth, the nose and ears, your eyes, your eyebrows, your forehead, the back of your head, and the top of your head. Take a few moments, and in just a second, we will move back down. Excellent. And now we will continue our scan by going down from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet. Now you're sensing everything in the top of your head to the back of your head, the forehead, the eyebrows, the ears, eyes, the nose, mouth, chin, to your neck, collarbone, the shoulders, your triceps, your biceps, your forearms, your wrists, your palms, and the tips of your fingers. From your chest to your solar plexus, your lower abdomen, your pelvic region, including the buttocks and the groin, soles, from the top of your foot down your toes, the bottom of your toes, the bottom of your heel, bottom of your entire foot. Now take a second with this. And in a moment, we will continue on to the emotion scan. Begin to transition from the body to the emotions. The emotions are very significant in this meditation, for our emotions can sometimes cause the most pain. Begin to scan and ask yourself, how are you feeling in this particular moment? How do I feel in this moment now? What emotion am I feeling? Whatever answer comes up, just accept it without any judgment. It doesn't have to be a bad emotion. It doesn't have to be a good emotion. It just is an emotion. So breathe in, sensing this emotion, going deeper into the emotion. When you breathe out, just accept it and send love to it and compassion. Tell yourself, this is how it is now. And I accept it without judgment. And I choose to send love to it and closure to it. And especially if it is an uncomfortable or an unpleasant emotion, express forgiveness to yourself for ever judging it, for ever sending it negative energy. Just accept that it is there now. And receive strength and courage to deal with it in a loving and non-judgmental way. Take a deep breath in and exhale fully. Begin to become aware of all three: your thoughts, your body, and your emotions. Sense if there's been any difference, any change since you started this meditation. By practicing the mindfulness meditation, begin to transform in a way that is very positive for us and will allow us to see more clearly, will allow us to feel more passionate towards our fellow humans and everything in this universe. It can relieve pain and stress. I'm going to give you the rest of this meditation to yourself. Namaste.
Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.